What's up, Ace? What's up, Laura? What's up, Hybrid? How you all doing? Hope you're all well. I need to open Caster Labs. I think that's all I need to open, right? Yeah. Okay, I'm good. What was I doing? I don't remember. Earlier from Apex? Yeah. Clouds must just started. Except, they don't look scuffed. Actually look like how they're supposed to look.
Clive, you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Cooker is dead.
He thought the Overwatch anime crossovers were bad.
Can it really be true?
Apex, like, butchered Final Fantasy. They all look like they're on crack.
Big baby.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today.
Apex could have been worse, way worse. Have they done other collabs like that?
Alright. Brilliant.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot
Kinda.
wait to share the good news.
What's up, Kina? How are you doing?
Hippocrates.
I'm very well.
After Cooker fell.
Yeah, I don't keep up with Apex, so I wouldn't know, like, any collabs that they've done other than, like, Final Fantasy one, because
Have you learned?
I kind of keep up with Final Fantasy.
Alas, no. And not for want of trying.
At least, like, more recently.
I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
During the first collab, it wasn't as bad as it could have been.
With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others,
Oh, damn, yeah, that budget
he means
inspirations.
naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Thanks to Sid.
Yeah, if it was maybe Ref, Hera, and Coom, then yeah.
Blackthorn.
Yeah.
Do you have a moment?
Well, how long were they on the other day? Like,
I wanted to tell you that
12 hours or some?
Cooker is dead.
Jesus. I just remember I went to sleep and they were still on when I woke up. And I sleep like maybe on average like 8-9 hours.
How long I've been waiting to hear those words. This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
I'll try to live up to the name.
21. Jesus Christ, it's even worse than I remember. I remember like at most like maybe 14 hours or something.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Cooker is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders then. Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head though.
I think it's 21 leans off to WWE.
Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips. Hugo Kupka is dead.
That is correct. I have killed Hugo myself.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something?
Just spreading the word.
So, the professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed.
No.
Should have Moogle in the background.
She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should tell him.
You're right. I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave.
Very well. I'll suggest it.
They keep making noises. Nothing new. Actually, so far now.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
How I get done there?
It hasn't.
There it goes. Oh, I didn't see this one.
If I don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise. Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching. The stack will be made up of 3 major components.
Component.
There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
Sounds very important.
Full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to. The engine plating's basically just a very efficient conductor. Create a thermal gradient across it and the heat radiates outwards, which... You know what? Just show the plans to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
Oh, side quests I haven't done. I'll do them after.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Hell with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Krieger's teats. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy though. And I'll need help. Get Gavin Otto in here, will you?
All right.
Okay, at least I don't have to go talk to them to go over there.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual saw grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Velcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand collecting the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where. We can get this over with.
Can actually pick.
You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
Oh, I can't pick. I'll go with Gav. He's funny.
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Dallamil. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of this stuff from Blackthorn's supply. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting them fleece ya.
Fleece me? I like to see him dry.
Single drum. I don't know.
In your own time.
I guess. Right back at his castle mansion thing.
Back, are ya? What do you want?
I think it's cheaper to buy, right?
Is it business or pleasure? Go on then.
Ooh, a new sword.
It'd better all be here.
I'm about these.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
They're expensive.
It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that.
It's literally all my money.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
I'm out of money now.
Is that all?
Whatever. Hydrate. Yeah, he probably is. He's working on another car or something. Hydrate, sure. Thank you, Fiber. What do you have for me?
Gone, just like that. And without so much as a by your leave.
Master Baker.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short one pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
No, I don't think I will.
I'll see what I can do. Do you know where he might have gone?
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. And that's where I'll start.
Use your loaf. Events from German's Glizzies. Do they have anything that looks like hot dog buns? Not really. I mean, I guess it would be like this, but like split maybe. That's just like a basic loaf of bread.
It would.
It's up all the bread. I should. I deserve it. You're an enemy? I can't tell. Yeah, you are. Oh, it's one of the bosses. I need this Costco card. Yeah. Fortunately, I left it back at home.
My blade yet hungers, and so do I. Come,
I pressed R1.
let us feast on your flesh. Your feasting days are over.
How? I went right into that. Let go too early. Like the only free hits I'm gonna get. Ow. That move was so fast. Punish me hard, Jesus. I press circle. That was close. Almost would have counted that I left battle if I stayed a little longer. I don't think I connected. I pressed it again. I press square. Damn it. Moved. Recommended with the melee afterwards. Hyper square. Early. Like unnecessary damage there. I should wish that attack was faster. Oh, where he follows up afterwards. I pressed R1. I like go too earlier. That's new. What are you doing? Early. Oh. That was close. Oh my god. One shot me, Jesus. That is scary. Man, I thought too early. Ow. Earlier. Early. I press square. Think. Maybe. Too early. Okay, that's scary. He's gonna go after me. I pressed R1. It's multiple times after that now? Can't change your attack pattern mid-combo? Or mid-fight? That's cheating. Jesus. Rolled.
Kill for sport deserve no better.
Easy pressure. Yeah. I mean, not bad. I was super under leveled. I think he was 38 and I was 33, so quite the level difference. And I am using like no upgrades really, so other than the icon ability upgrades themselves, I say not bad. Could have been worse. What are you doing here?
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? I'm certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the mother crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Remember the good times, focus on your work, express yourself. I remember the good times.
Try to remember the good times. Do that, and the Mother Crystal will be with you no matter where you are.
Even in the bakery. What a fool I've been. Thank you, my friend, thank you. You've opened my eyes. I have to get back there right away. Farewell!
Wait.
Yeah, maybe low tier god would say otherwise. Are you enemies? No, you're not. Let's hear Clyde. Yeah, maybe let's hear Clyde would say otherwise too.
My carpet.
The most fragrant herbs and spices.
Ah, there you are. The man who lit a fire under my wayward apprentice. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my oven.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say it is.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself. Her steeple peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals! Master, I have found my purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something. Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck, I might even have a new delicacy on my hands. I don't know how you did it, but you have my thanks.
A goblin coin.
It would make a fine gift.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Gav? Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can. Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of this stuff lying about, just begging to be bagged.
Then let's get bagging, shall we?
We shall. Race ya.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
More up here? Oh. There must be one up here. No?
That should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
Since corner Gav's dead.
You finished? How much did you get?
I got 5 handfuls.
I hope.
Oh, you win. That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat?
About what?
Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain? Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other.
Not wrong.
You can take a day off, you know.
No, I cannot.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you.
That was a nice chat.
Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to.
I still want to know if
Leave
he's
you
like
me.
keeping his other eye closed or if
After
it's like
Blackthorn
sewn
gets
shut.
what he needs, of course.
Imagine sewn shut. But I feel like so weird. I think. I don't know.
Right. Ready to go home, boy?
Who's a good boy?
After it.
You all right, boy?
He wants to go for a swim. I don't. Can I? I don't know if I can stand in the water. Can I? I cannot. That's all he gets is a little splashing. I'll do this. Might as well. I think there were other bodies of water and I was able to go through.
Good day to you.
I do recall going through very various rivers and stuff where I don't remember exactly where.
Sid?
Yes, that's my name. What do you want? What is this layout? I think I just had to go straight, right? Yeah, I literally just had to go straight. Went the long way.
Ah, Clive. Your timing is exquisite as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village. Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. My people fear that they are being watched. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous. Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Sure, why not?
Of course.
Excellent. You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales, and make what you will of them.
All right. I will. Right. Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I'd better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worthless.
You alright, Sid? Something on your mind?
There is actually. Can I ask you something? Quentin tells me people have mentioned shadowy figures out in the woods. Have you noticed anything unusual?
Oh, that. No, sorry, can't help you. I heard the rumours, mind, from the lads working over at the vineyard, but none of them has seen anything either.
All right. Thanks anyway. Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it, screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me, and I ain't been back since.
I see. I'll look into it. Thank you.
Nice Caster Lab's always down.
Seems Lorbert's Pass is
Just like the yellow bar in the recommend says, you're currently experiencing degraded performance. Which in other words means it won't read YouTube chat. So that's unlucky for you on YouTube. I mean, I do have in the description that your comments might not be read. So it's fine. Should have been on Twitch.
You there.
Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape.
Fuck!
Those shields. Here.
What the hell are you doing here? What is it to you? Not that we give a damn. All that matters to us is that you don't.
I pressed R1. Let it on Torkoal call.
Why were they here? Were they planning an attack on Lost Wing? I need... Or Quentin.
Oh, Quentin. I think it could have just gone straight right. Yeah, literally just gone right here. I went like the super long weird route. Also, what do you have for sale?
You haven't much, but you're free to look.
Song I can't afford.
You're always welcome here in Lost Wing.
Clive, how goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone now.
Black Shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds. Though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the scent of its prey. Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
I'm sorry. You're going to need to explain. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
Pretty base.
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lost Wing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth. I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it. And fight it I did in my own small way. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade. A means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral. He had my entire family slaughtered, and he faced no punishment whatsoever. I lost everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position. The faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him and slit their throats myself.
That is badass.
The man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection. And so I saw that I would need an army of my own. I came here to Lost Wing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts. Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Our wounds are the same. And our cause is the same. We are comrades, and our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard. What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first. My friends and comrades, it begins. Make ready for war.
Clinton's kind of a badass.
I'm not going to change his mind.
All I can do. That is. Oh, on the main story.
Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs. Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the Stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often. You know, it beats sneaking around on your Todd all the time.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It'll take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Hold up. Video bitrate. What's the difference between video bitrate and bitrate? Oh well. I noticed that on the YouTube end they're both kind of blurry-ish compared to Twitch. And I'm trying to fix that, but kinda can't unless I stop stream, but I'm not gonna do that. So I'll just have to remember to adjust settings after.
I think Mid might need some help tidying up.
If I don't come up with something soon.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn's started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins. I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name? Right.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, The rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why? If sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
Interesting. It is behind me.
If you're ready, we leave at
Hold up, I gotta do something real quick. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, I put it on the BRB because I don't have BRB set up on YouTube short streams. I only have like 5 scenes right now. I have starting soon. I have widescreen gameplay. So like anything that's in 16:9 and square gameplay, so anything that's in 4:3. And stream ending. I fixed that one. I think. At least it should still work. I hope. I also see when I end stream.
Ready, go? Be safe.
It's XP each. Well, skill points each. Kinda not worth fighting.
Finished.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
I do mind.
I'll be right back.
Mind very much so.
Anybody home?
Oh, it's that thing again.
This must be our unwanted visitor.
Mike Wazowski looking thing.
Time to go.
Right, how he attacks. Stop running.
Nice try.
I press square. Barely. I press square. Barely. Why'd you move? Press square. Oh wait, I was on Garuga. Barely. Annoying fight just because they kept running away. I don't think the bouncy version of him did that though. Like at all.
The things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
Your work is done, Sid. We'll take care of the rest. Let Mid know she'll have her helm very soon, would you?
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing. No surprises there.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot. You earned this.
800 ability points.
All done?
Yeah, sure, I'll try it. I thought that'd be kind of hard to follow up. I mean, I guess I could press triangle, switch into Phoenix. I never did that one. Whirlwind duration is increased. Sure. Oh, I could have gotten a 4th meter, actually. I probably should. I can reset. I think I can, right? I have to reset all abilities? Kind of cool. I could do that. Okay, I can even like save the points that you don't even use on these on. Mastering do. Reduce charge time. Magic burst. Wait, mastered? Spins trigger win. I don't want that. I guess I'll still keep it, even though I've not used taunt other than like the one time I learned it. Mastering reduces charge time. Increase potency, lunge. Mastering increases the range rate. Yeah. Increases window rate. Yeah. I don't hate that. I think it's fine where it is. Increase range. Increase range. Oh, I use gouge. So gouge is really good for reducing their stagger meter. What's upgrading to? Recently at break, yeah. Extends precise execution window. Well, I don't really need that then. Press the button when the marker is in the red zone, maximizes force. Is that what I do? I do gold. I don't need either of those then. That's useless. Hmm. I kind of want to save my points on whatever. I'll try this one too. Increases attack potency. Do that. What else? I have an extra 3,000 now. Sure. Can I work on anything? Blocking an enemy attack with a step forward increases the potency and falling punches. Okay, so that is during the ability, okay. Good to know.
Think Mid might need some help.
If I don't come up with something soon.
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prison for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him, see what he makes of it?
Right away.
Alright, time for speedrun strat.
Harpocrates, do you have a moment?
For you, Clive, always.
Well, actually, it's for Mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine. Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelus complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moondew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragonfire.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection Mid requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelus might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Harpocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
Who do I go with?
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Can I talk to them?
Take your time. It doesn't do to rush such things.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames. We could have done with some of that on Trustinus.
I doubt I would have survived that place with or without it. A trip to Northreach, though, I think either of us could handle.
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
I mean, I kinda have to go with Jill. Is there really an option?
Very well. So then, what do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts. Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
I should have saved it before picking both of them. That way I could have gotten both dialogues for both sides. Oh well.
Now, where's Jill?
There's talk that the Glassgate flood has finally spread. Keep them pilchards nice and chilled. I won't have
Are those Pepio nuts?
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished.
Who has Pepio nuts?
You'll not find a bruised pippin in the fresh cuts.
You? Yeah, Pepio nuts?
What can I interest you in today? Ah, yes.
Hand over your nuts.
Oi, don't touch anything. And good riddance.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Do you see anything you like? Come back
Got all money. I'm poor again.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Garlic and Pepio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back,
Would you walk with me a while?
Gladly, Jill. Now we're having a picnic.
Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells?
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread. Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh.
You're right.
Sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive.
You're welcome, Jill.
Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will. You too.
I can kill stuff real quick. If there's anything to be killed. I don't see a single thing. That bird. I can't. How do I follow up on that thing? Okay, put his hand up too. That's cool. I don't know how I follow up on that. That's a lot. Gives me a lot of meter though. It's like also a counter too. Alright, try to counter something and leave. In fact, should I play... Yeah, I will. I just one-shot it. That's cool. It's back already. One's kind of cool. I just don't know if I have iframes during it. Maybe I do. Seems like it. Cool.
I wonder how Hippocrates is getting on with the moon dew.
I don't know. I'll check right now though. After I look at my sword, because I forgot I got a new one. It's alright. I should use this one.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Hippocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Tarja how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course. Oh, and Clive, thank you. It was nice just being with you.
But I did nothing. But you're welcome.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Hippocrates.
$100 skill points.
Well, I better go and give Mid the good news then.
seeing troops amassing at every border.
When it comes to boyish charm, Boots has
Think Mid might need some help.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat, a coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Pretty much, yeah.
Better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way.
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
I mean, it certainly looks like something.
It's finally finished.
Thank fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
3.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you?
No, you didn't.
The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
You want to go visit its grave now?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown. Searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans. I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that you're Little project is finished?
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first.
One more thing.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
All right, Clive. Asterix. We'd finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the twins.
Hear the Moogle again.
That girl do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? In those words?
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her. Obolus, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry and all, are you? Oh, I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obolus.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle?
My dear boy, my journey to Convir has been a resounding success. The fiend, or the friends, not fiends, the friend I mentioned not only agreed to share the content of his strongbox with us, but his considerable knowledge of the going-ons in the Free Cities, by which I learned of the endeavors of a certain young friend of yours. Though I, for one, believe Miss Kelamon's project to be quite the valiant enterprise, I doubt the Canvarian authorities will take kindly to the unauthorized use of their dockyards, no matter how deserted. If rumors has already reached my friend, it may not be long before the guild masters are reaping at our door, which is why I pen you this note. I would like to borrow your man Gav for a moon or two, that he might keep a watch on those who mean our little fellowship ill, and warning us of any impending attacks. I trust that you will give this proposal your full consideration.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Gotta admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in and all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Sid's Legacy. Home sweet home. You know, it's only appropriate they bury him here.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. But if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Cooker is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies.
Clean ad break.
It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it went
I didn't get a
never as
warning.
bad as this.
I know. The blight marches on. And soon, there'll be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every mother crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot. There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav,
Already on my way, Captain.
be careful.
Aren't I always?
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
Nice. New area. What's that? You said. Oh, should I play ads? Can I play ads? I cannot play ads. Reading table.
He cracked the crystal too. You're joking.
What's this? It's weird. Cheers for your help dragging Blackthorn out of the dumps the other day. Thing is, I reckon he's gone and thrown himself back in, judging by the troops on his travels lately. So I'm thinking maybe it weren't just the Lillard what was on his mind. Maybe there's other demons jabbing their pitchforks in his private. I know you're a busy bloke, but next time you find yourself free, maybe we could go and ask the old bastard what's got him so hot and bothered, assuming it ain't just the forge. Sure.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
Try something ain't right with that hound of yours. When it pleases your lordship, come pay me a visit at the toll. What's wrong with Benny?
What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
I was thumbing through the hideaway ledgers at Otto's behest and might have come across something that might need your attention, maybe, and by that I mean immediately. You know where I'll be.
Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
I think that's everything, right? I think there's other letters I may or may not have read. The second, I trust that you will forgive me for putting you and your dear uncle, to the test. I am confident that a man of your position can understand the importance of earning one's trust, especially in times like these. For what it is worth, you now have earned mine, and I assure you it shall not easily be relinquished. May this be the start of a fruitful relationship.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, and you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with a bone. Still, he's got a keen eye, I'll give him that. He's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me. The edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you?
No. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about this sword.
I don't know what quest is going to prioritize. Whether it be the Torgal one or this one.
I got your note.
I
You
guess
think
Torgal
something's
one.
wrong with Torgal?
So you can read. Congratulations. But I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at him. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
What was it he said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh, and he's a touch eccentric, if you take me meaning.
I appreciate the warning. Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgal. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
Am I gonna get like a katana or something? I've been trying to think of like what one-sided blade sword could be, and I just think katana.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
Ned told me she was building a ship.
Clive, did you get my letter? That's why I'm here.
Very whispering.
Otto won't be listening. Is this better? A little. Listen, I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders, and it may be my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. 0, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's going to take some time, and I'm going to need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I would say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million.
Oh my god.
Each. 5 million each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and, well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
I don't think that's some.
Those ledgers were my responsibility, and it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're gonna make this work.
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure there will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, asses to wipe, and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then. Don't worry. I'm sure Karen will understand. Really?
Do you think so? No, I don't.
Oh, I can go to those places. Hey. And the all side quests. Onwards.
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Talia.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torgal helped too. Didn't you, boy?
Can I go to other place now? I can. Cool.
People take notice of wealthy men. Shouldn't be too hard to track down Kara's collector.
The St. Drake's Fang is gone. The whole Mother Crystal gone. What are we gonna do?
Listen, I've got this theory. The fallen. I don't think they all fell. Some of them are still living among us.
Among Us?
Could be one of them. I could be one of them.
Among Us.
Welcome. If you're hoping for a bed, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. One of our wealthy.
My reputation will be ruined. Ruined!
Calm yourself, Lord Ignac, I beg of you, before you do yourself a mischief.
Pardon the intrusion, but...
Out! Get out! I paid for these rooms so I wouldn't be disturbed. Leave me be!
Please, allow me to apologize. His lordship is going through a difficult time, and he's never been fond of guests arriving unannounced.
Radim! Get rid of the filthy oaf this instant!
Very good, Lord Ignac. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?
I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
That? Oh, no. That's just how his lordship is. Though the morning's events have left him somewhat fractious. He has been dispossessed of his luggage, you see. The thieves also made away with a considerable amount of coin. Coin the innkeeper will soon be keen to collect.
I don't suppose a certain blade was among the stolen items. A single-edged sword. It was purchased from a merchant friend of mine.
Ah, you know Lady Karen. Yes, I'm afraid it was.
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage. But I have one condition.
You have but to state it. You are welcome to anything that is within my power to grant.
I want an audience with Lord Ignac. A few minutes should be enough. Then I'll be on my way.
A condition I would be a fool to refuse. Of course, you shall have your audience.
I don't suppose you saw where the thieves went.
I did not, no. Though some discreet inquiries made on his lordship's behalf mean that I know where you might find them. The bandit's bed. Every ill-gotten coin in Dalamil is said to pass through that disreputable corner of the Valcroy.
And that's where I'm heading.
Valcroy.
I shall speak to Lord Ignac in your absence, and arrange for an audience upon your triumphant return.
That will be very kind of you.
Farewell, and best of luck. It's a wonder the Republic tolerates the existence of the bandit's bed. You would have thought a few dozen good men might put an end to the problem. Then again, what commander would want to march his troop into the Velcroy?
Let's go. Run like the wind.
There's nothing we do on Caster Labs. You know, I'll fight you guys. Since you guys are so keen to die.
Fly, Ambrosia.
What are these thieves? A turtle.
Be safe.
Is that a boss? It is. And that's just silly. How could this turtle be a threat to anyone? It's a Blastoise! It broke my guard. Really? Ouch. Oh, no, potions. I need you to get out of the tornado. At the same time, stay in the tornado. Early. Oops. Too many times. No, phase you are. We've been over this several times. I will defeat Blastoise. Buster Gotzer? Not true. We're just mere mortals. Too early. I would have had it in time. Early. The water tortoise. Dude delivered my pizza last night. Ow. Hold up. Already done second phase. Let's see. Delivered my pizza last night. When my mom answered the door, she saw his tattoo, and it was a squirrel tattoo, and he said, "The Charizard." Close enough. You know, they're all Pokemon, especially like now, with like whatever gen it is now. I don't even know at this point. They're just Pokemon, and now you have like Pal World. How's one supposed to tell the difference between a Pokemon and a Pal? You can't. I mean, maybe you can, but at the same time, you can't. I think there's 9 gens. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't keep up anymore. It's upgrading after Cinnamon. Last one I played was X and Y, I think. I think that's the last one I played. Oops, I got greedy. That was close. I don't felt like Black and White remake. Don't like it. I like some of the Pokemon Black and White. I like the. I'm trying to remember their names. Zebra Strike, I think it was, or Zeep Strike something. It was the Thunder Zebra. It was kind of cool. That's all I remember from that game. Cannot see in there.
This must be Ignac's luggage. Nothing seems to be damaged. All right. Let's get it back to Dalamil.
I hear I have you to thank for the return of my effects. What shall I call you, my good man?
Wyvern.
Pokemon. I'm hoping that
A formidable
what's it called? I don't even know what the new one's called that they're making. Arceus 2, whatever. I'm hoping it's as broken as Arceus 1 was at launch, because a lot of the videos I was seeing on Twitter were amazing.
Time should suffice, yes.
You're a peculiar fellow, Wyvern. All right, speak.
Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Oh, a true work of art, that one. Karen drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that sword. It was made in the Outer Isles, far beyond the Twins.
Katana?
And is used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship. They believed no combat should ever exceed a single strike, and hone their blades to such perfection that none ever does. Each sword is made for that one perfect stroke, and for that stroke only. They crack upon a second blow. There's a brutal sort of beauty to it, really.
But how do they hone such an edge?
Fine question. Why, they use a whetstone, of course. Whetstones, rather. A whole array of them, ranging from the coarse to the fine. 10,000 licks with the sharpening stone, then 10,000 more. But it is the final stone which lends the blade its legendary sharpness. A mineral quite foreign to this great realm of ours. And that is the key. The secret ingredient. Wyvern, it occurs to me that my little lecture is hardly equal to services rendered. Take this, together with my regards. The very stone of which I spoke, far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself, and a far more fitting payment.
Thank you.
Pardon the intrusion, my lordship. However, it is long past time we prepared ourselves to depart.
So it is. I am locked in bitter competition with a rival collector of curiosities. I am one step ahead of the unscrupulous scoundrel, but he is hard at my heels.
Are there many other collectors out there?
Too many to count, but only one do I consider my nemesis. Lord Byron Rosfield.
What did my unkie do?
And is a perennial thorn in my side.
I can imagine.
Farewell, Wyvern. May our paths cross again. Radim, we mustn't dawdle.
I think his lordship is rather taken with you, Master Wyvern. Thank you again for your assistance. Coming, my lordship. I'll be right there.
Trust Uncle Byron to find such an interesting rival. Now, let's see what Blackthorn makes of this whetstone, shall we?
Sure, here. Give payments. Because we are in debt.
Clive, we weren't expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to be here, but it seems we still owe you a considerable amount of coin for your help with our rebuilding efforts. And though I doubt it's what you were expecting, we were hoping you'd take this as payment.
A star ruby? I can't accept this. It's worth at least twice what you owe me. More if you can find yourself the right buyer.
Think of the difference as interest.
Interest? If word got out I charged that much, no one would ever borrow from me again. Anyway, why are you the one here asking me about this? I'd have expected Otto. Bit much sending the Lord Marquis out to settle your debts, isn't it? The old goat working himself to death again?
Something like that. Most days I think he's the only reason the hideaway's still standing.
Same as always, eh? Back when the place was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of a recently retired Lord Commander, word is he was the first one Sid reached out to. probably knew that without his strong arm and level head, the idea would never get off the ground. Sid may have been the face of the hideaway, but Otto's always been the backbone. And when Sid passed away, we were all worried that would be the end of it. That Otto would just give up.
His death was hard on everyone. But it must have hit Otto hardest of all.
But he didn't give up, did he? Quite the opposite, in fact. If I recall, he was the one who nominated you as Sid's replacement, and rallied the rest around you. I reckon what he saw in Sid, he saw in you too. And don't we all? Doesn't hurt that you're half as stubborn and twice as handsome, neither. That, and you keep good company.
I suppose I do.
So far away.
Good girl.
Minotaur. I'm gonna kick your ass. Tired of you. Definitely kick your ass now. I pressed square. I know I did.
Well, it's certainly quiet. If I were a giant antelope, it would seem like just the place.
We're not alone.
I doubt we'll find one bigger than that. You hungry, Torgal?
Being stuck on the scarecrow. I got off. And then Get some other abilities.
You're finished.
Now, will it be enough, I wonder?
It's time to eat.
I say that answers my question, which means we owe the lawsman our thanks. You're just a big puppy, aren't you? A very big puppy. You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
Who's a good boy, Torgal? Come here. Go to some first. What am I doing here?
Nice talk. At the glass.
Did you hear? The gates to heaven.
I want to see you again.
It's all right.
What am I going to do without Sweetwater and Olive Talc?
Milady, I come bearing gifts.
Gifts? Whatever is the occasion.
We owe you a lot of money. That's the occasion.
Oh my. Clive, you really have outdone yourself.
Otto asked me to give it to you. To settle the hideaway's debt with the Veil. And to compensate you for the time it took us to do so.
You disappoint me, Clive. I thought you might finally be warming to me. Tell Otto he can keep his baubles. I tried to tell him as much the first time around. The man owes me nothing, nor does the hideaway. My contribution to the restoration effort was made freely and willingly. It was the least I could do.
You once told me Sid did you a kindness. I'd like to do the same. Please, accept it. For my sake. And for Otto's. For all of us. For all you've done.
It is rather fetching, isn't it? Very well. Otto is lucky to have you, Clive. I doubt anything could ever replace his son. But you and the others at the hideaway are the closest thing he has to family.
Otto had a son.
Long ago, yes. Sid told me Otto lost him when he was just a boy, and blamed himself for not being able to stop it. I don't know how it happened, whether there was anything he could have done, but it was clear that it weighed heavily on him.
I didn't know.
I didn't know either.
How could you have? I doubt anyone did. Besides Sid, I've never met a man more keen to bear his sorrows in stoic silence. An ill habit, given that both have always been surrounded by friends desperate to help them.
I'm beginning to see that. Go will want to know the stones were delivered. If he's still with us.
Is that the thing
told me she was building a ship.
Goat. Still alive, I see. So Lady Karen accepted the ruby.
Ah, about that. I tried my best, but she was just too stubborn to take it. She threw it right back in my face, in fact, and told me I could stick my stupid stone where the sun don't shine.
Karen refused payment.
I hope it wasn't something I said.
I'm sure you were as tactful as ever. Let me see what I can do.
Oh, wonderful. I hope you have better luck than I did.
Stick it up somewhere the sun doesn't shine. That only means one place. And it's not good.
Lady Karen, Goat tells me you weren't happy with our offer. Would you prefer the debt was repaid in coin?
What debt? I don't recall lending any of you lot me hard-earned gil. I may have tossed a talent or two in the Hideaway's coffers, but those were donations, and you can hardly call it charity if you go asking for it back.
Of course not. But one good turn deserves another. And our circumstances have changed. Surely you wouldn't shun the gratitude of a pauper who happened to have become a prince.
Oh, so you're a prince now, are you? Fine. But I'm selling it and taking what I'm owed, then you're getting the rest whether you like it or not.
Yes, give me money.
Where'd you even get this? A decent trader might nab 1,000 talents for a star ruby. A canny one, meanwhile, might claim it were nicked from the belt of Sid the Outlaw himself and ask twice as much. Might be I already have a buyer in mind. Might be you even know her. A fine continental maid whose beauty's only eclipsed by a guile in commerce. You wouldn't mind, would you?
Not at all. Just be sure to tell her that it's always a pleasure doing business.
I hear you ended up delivering all 3 stones. Thanks to this lump. I sometimes wonder what I pay you for.
Speaking of which, I still haven't been paid last month's wages.
And you have the decency to actually ask for pay after you messed up that badly.
Get your ass behind that disc of yours and don't get up before those ledgers are square.
Right away.
I've seen that before.
Yeah. Plenty of times. It was the only goblet Sid ever used. Either out of habit, or because the filthy sod couldn't be bothered to find a clean one.
I knew so little about him.
Like most people.
Martha and the Dame both seem to have fond memories of him.
I bet they do.
How long did you know Sid before he...
Before he died. 20 summers, give or take. Back in the day, I was a purser on a trade ship.
I'm gonna start saying that.
Which is where I met
I've known people for 20 summers.
Passage to...
It sounds more badass than 20 years.
Forget where. And having nothing better to do on the long nights, we sat up drinking Island rum till the morning bell dragged me back to my duties. Quit my post not long after that. On account of making a fine maiden's belly fat. But me and Sid stayed close, promising we'd one day sail the seas again. That was before fate stepped in and said she was having none of it. The magic woke inside my son soon after his first name day, and there was no hiding his knack.
Couldn't you and your family have...
My family were the ones who summoned the constable, wanted the monster taken away. I couldn't turn my back on him. Forget what I felt, And I couldn't for the life of me understand how they could. Luckily, Sid was of the same mind as me. It was him who stood beside me when all I wanted was to tear the whole world down. Him who cried for me when I had no tears left of my own. Him who swore he'd do everything he could to stop it from happening again. And he was true to his word, too. Left the Royal Army once and for all. His ranks, his ribbons, gone. Just like that. Threw away everything he had. All to right a wrong that no one else had the courage to face. I knew then I'd follow that man to the ends of the earth. He was always too clever for his own good, was Sid. Saw the world for what it really was, while the rest of us were content to go along with the lie we were shown. And it can't have been easy, bearing that burden alone. But he didn't let it stop him. He never lost faith in what he believed was right. And that gave us faith in him. Faith he'd steer us true. So I swore to myself that I'd always be right behind him, ready to catch the stubborn sod if ever he should fall.
Oh, now I see the snooze button.
But I couldn't even do that. Ignore me. Just the ramblings of a tired old man. Leave that lot. I'll tidy it up in a bit.
This is Sid's handwriting. Dear Otto.
I may be drunk, but I wanted you to know this place would be fucked without you. Love you, you grumpy old sod.
This note.
What about it?
Sid was right. Without you, we'd all be lost.
He should have bloody well said so then. Just once. Before he went. But then, why would he? Him, or anyone? I'd only have told him to piss off. You're wrong, though. Both of you. It was never just me keeping the hideaway afloat. It was all of us. I just shoved people in the right direction. I barely seem to be able to do that anymore.
Would you rather go at the helm?
Well, maybe I've got a few more years left in me.
I'm going to hold you to that, Otto.
Before you go, Sid would have wanted you to have this.
But that's
This'll do me just fine.
Yes. This chalice is mine.
Thanks for the ray of sunshine. I'll see if I can't pay you back.
Already have.
It's goblet. Chalice, goblet, same thing.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
Actually, I'm gonna go pee. Play ads. That way they go away. Leave me alone. Do I have a BRB? Let me double check. Does it work for both? Probably not. It does not work for both. Let me quickly make one. Do this. And then do... Here's my text. Text. BRB. Turn you off. Switch you back here. And I'm back with water. Water that I'm gonna drink. So I've not been drinking anything recently. And as of recently, I mean today.
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere. Take him for a walk, did you?
You could say that.
So, Molly's leftovers weren't good enough, eh? That'll teach me for treating you like you're still a pup. All right, no need to shout. Now we know what you're after, I can see about getting some in.
Speaking of which, I brought one for later. Can I leave it with you?
5 femurs.
You can, eh? I'm nice like that. In return, you can thank Tomes for me. The bloody know-it-all.
I was just on my way to see him. Sorry for the wait, but hopefully you'll agree it was worth it.
You learned something about that sword then?
I did better than that.
A whetstone?
Yes. But not one you'll find anywhere in Valestia.
You'd be like, this is a rock. What am I supposed to do with this?
No wonder I couldn't get the same finish on the grinding wheel. One hit and all done, eh? Might not be so bad if all you ever fought were duels. Good luck on the battlefield. Your second opponent would be your last, no matter how good you were.
Even so, is there some way it could be used to give the curse breakers an edge?
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel, I could probably even make a twin of the blade that rattled me. But there'd be no replacing this little rock once I worn it down to a sliver. I reckon we get a dozen swords from it, if that. Swords that the curse breakers wouldn't know how to wield properly, and that would see them through a single fire piece. Nah, no point trying to copy that thing. Be about as much use as a wax anvil. But finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine, now that's something to consider. And what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Or more hard-wearing for that matter. Just imagine it. Good Valestian steel with an edge as sharp as any found in the Outer Isles. I won't make a copy now. I'll make something much better.
I'm sure the curse breakers will be delighted. Just Don't push yourself too hard.
Don't you worry about me, Sunshine. I've been working day and night since I was half your age, and I'll still be here when you're long gone. Hey, thanks, Clive. I mean it. I owe you one, August too. It's good to know someone's looking out for me.
He'll be happy to hear you said that.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make's got your name on it. You
Oh,
come
hell
for
yeah.
me when you've got the materials.
All right. I will.
Excalibur recipe unlocked.
What do you need? I'm saying fortune, do you?
Thing is strong. 268. Okay, so sword upgrades. Grindstone. And it ends there, I guess, at Grindstone? That's weird. What if I make it? Can I like equip all the legs?
That got ya. So what it be? Should last you a good while. Not bad, if I do say so myself. Should last you a good while. Anything else?
Maybe. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, wait. These. Oh, those are badass. Okay, where's... Where... Another page? I'm blind. Where did... Where's the sword I'm using? Is there like another page? There's not another page. Oh, here it is. I don't know why I thought it was, okay. I thought that the Buster Sword is the only one that had that little glow, because I had equipped, I guess, whichever one you had equipped. Let me use this one. This one's cool. I think it's badass. The Buster, I said, fuck you. I made oatmeal. Choco chip cookies. Oh. You can tell them in Discord, but I can tell them too later. And hydrate her. Actually, I quite drink a smoothie. Smoothie that's not really blended well. Oh well. Yeah. I need water. Gross. I'm sorry you're doing KJ. His accident, but I want to make sure he gets a message by he will later. In about an hour when I end stream.
Were you able to locate your quarry?
We were indeed, Lawsman.
Also, that reminds me to make sure my VODs are
Exactly the right
exported.
direction. And Torgal's been a very happy hound ever since.
Very good, very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in
Last one
solving the
expired
mystery.
was March 19th.
But that reminds me.
Oh.
After your last visit, I found myself pondering Torgal's talents. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's transformation?
About how she somehow woke the power within him.
Precisely that.
Well, I hope
A
it's
reasonable
still
conclusion, I thought, but one which raised certain questions
parts.
in my mind. You see, the Fenrir of legend served Shiva and Shiva alone. And while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply they are somewhat different in nature to those you described Torgal as having used.
What are you suggesting?
That Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one icon's power. Consider that in addition to Lady Jill, he has served as a loyal companion to you, your brother, and even the late Cid. In short, the icons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, have been diverse and plenty, and that number has only grown as the realm's dominance have fallen to your sword. One can but speculate as to how all of this has affected Torgal.
He has seemed more fierce of late.
And if I am not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are fortunate indeed to be able to count him amongst our allies and not our adversaries.
Oh, he's more than an ally. He's a friend.
He's my dog. Literally. Pretty good. How about yourself, Coach? My day's good. I woke up twice. First time it was cold. I didn't want to get out of bed. So then I napped like an extra hour or two. And then had to do something. And then I started streaming. You over there. Like I think it was.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build?
Mid told me she was building a
I think it's like low 50s or something early this morning. Maybe even high 40s. I know a couple days ago it was like 41 or something, like around 6 or 7. I just remember waking up and I was like actually frozen.
Here, Sid. Reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother, if you were mind to.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bung in a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
Sure, I can help you.
I imagine time
His scale is 39.
this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. All right. Why not?
Proper job!
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the chief. Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
If you wouldn't mind. I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flame isn't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And a good hunting, eh?
But first, what do you think of my sword? If you think it's cool, I'll go do it. Is there something else here? Who else wants what? Bomb King. Alright, Moogle, what do you have for me? First Breakers aiming for the Imperial Chaos or Chase took a wrong turn into nearby woods, within which she discovered the ruins of a fallen airship, and within them a beast akin to a great ball of fire that chased her screaming from the grove. Soldier later identified the creature in the domain of echoes, but was firm in her insistence that the bomb she saw was near 10 times the size of one depicted therein. Broke sub freak. Did I do that again? Crow. Wasn't that top right? Yeah, it's top right, right? Was that bottom? Maybe that was bottom. That's definitely bottom. Never mind, it was not bottom. How do I do look map? Double dim. Where's it? A more or something? Oh, the croak. Draw the sickle. Mill. Moving, lost wing. Or an Archie. Field chase. Baywatch. In Chapel. Eastwatch. Oh, right there. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna kick their asses. You guys aren't safe. Neck and neck. Come here. Come here. Come here. Have one potion. Definitely notice the damage difference now in terms of being a higher level. I passed the thing. I did not.
What we have here. Greetings, Your Majesty.
I press square. I think I was gonna drag him away. There's so many bombs. Was close. I didn't connect. That was very close. Had 1 health, literally. And now full health.
Your reign is over. Now to collect the ash. I should probably have brought a bucket. This looks like the stuff. Let's see if there's any more. That should do it. If a wine needs more than this, he can fetch it himself.
Probably should do the other bounties. while I'm like a lower level. That way it's more fun.
Is that the thing Tomes helped with?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
All right there, Sid? How's that hunt for the bomb ash going? I have it here.
Here you go.
That's the stuff! And plenty of it, too. Enough to keep the Alembic bubbling away for a good old while. You're a gent, Sid. Let nothing say otherwise. Right then, let's get this contraption up and running.
Sometime later.
There we have it. The Telemon Alembic. And it works just like the chief said it would.
Very impressive.
Says the man who cut down a burning boulder. Speaking of which, I still haven't returned the favor.
Give me your money.
There's no need. The good it will do for the hideaway is reward enough.
Don't be silly. Why don't you let me take a look at that bag of yours? The one you keep your potions in. Reckon I could work some magic on that, huh?
Are you gonna let me carry more?
What kind of magic?
Well, we happen to have isolated a substance in our test run of the Alembic that I reckon will make even the toughest lever supple as anything. Thought we might use it to breathe new life into old boots and the like. Save the hideaway a few gil. Ah, I reckon if we slap a bit on your bag, it'll loosen it up enough for you to squeeze in a bottle or two more.
Yes.
Well, it can't hurt to try, I suppose.
That's the spirit. Leave it with me. I'll only be a mo.
Well, I gotta restock my potions. I don't have any.
Well, what do you reckon?
It certainly feels more flexible.
Right? Told you.
Thank you. I think.
No. Thank you for supporting Mid and the rest of us in our endeavors. Without you, we'd never have been able to discover wonders like that stuff I rubbed on your bag. And I'm telling you, there's plenty more where that came from.
Just give me all the upgrades you can. I'll do everything right now. Inventory increase. Obtain a treated potion satchel, hereby increasing the capacity of carrying consumables. Item slot increase are as follows: potion 4 to 6, high potions 3 to 4, strength tonics 2 to 3, stone skin tonics 2 to 3. That is quite significant. I guess I'll go hunt stuff down. You lived long enough. Green ships or Zoria. That would be around here, right? Green ships, that should be somewhere around here. Can I place a marker now? Probably got multiple things. Okay, so right, so okay, I see. I know how to read maps now. Just north of the Starwise. I know how to read. That's me. Starwise right there. Dreamscave. And there's this place, right? Allegedly? Whatever. Right? Yeah, okay. I'll start with you. I guess it's like right here maybe, or somewhere around here. I mean, it has to be. Eating recycling potions. Looking for a Minotaur here. Somewhere. I don't think it's there. I mean, it's like somewhere in the middle of the road. Or maybe a corner, but I feel like middle of the road somewhere. There he is.
You deserve a rest.
It's Shrek. Oh, I didn't think. No, you did double back. That's new. Really? Oh, I couldn't get out of that. I want to perfect block all of those. Nice. One down. Another 2 to go. Get a lot of money for that too.
Locals are sleep easier without him at their gate.
Maybe like right here, but I guess. Looking for a.
Thank you for sticking with us.
I don't even know what it is. I'm trying to remember. It's like purple and blue, like a Pop Tart. Looking for a Pop Tart enemy. If anyone sees Pop Tart, make sure to call it out.
Ambrosia won't help me here. Let's go.
Oh, you. Look more purple in the picture than silver. There's like, what are you doing here? Really? Oh, I was expecting 2 of them. So they're the wrong one. Damn it. Oh, because I missed my block. I accidentally pressed triangle 2 times instead of once. I was trying to buffer it out. Lame. How's there a delay? Really? I can block that and still goes through. That's lame. Hyperstar one. Marksman guard. Damn it. I can't like... I want to do counters like that instead of just dodging, because dodging's a lot easier. Hyperstar one. Hyperstar one. That's badass. Oops. Hyperstar one. I know I did. Nice. A lot better fight.
From the ruins it came, and to ruin it returns.
Last one is somewhere around here. I think I already searched this upper portion. So I guess I could search this lower portion. Sure. Let me save it. I have so many saves. I shouldn't so I get my health back. I'm pretty sure I have potions and stuff since I died, but I don't want to use potions. Outside of like boss fights. Even I kind of don't like using potions because it adds room for forgiveness in learning enemies. So I don't think there were too many instances in like the Wild Series games for Zelda that I would pause to heal. Maybe there's a few. But for the most part I like the fighting stuff without healing. At least I like to think I did. Kinda don't remember. Right up there, maybe. Not up here. Oh, it's one of these things. Lawn prints. $12,000. How? Oh. Oh, broke my guard. That was very rude of you. And I was like, all the spells. Oh. I didn't see it the last second, so I did the input. I meant. I want to change my abilities again. I think you're good for doing damage. You're good for breaking shield. I kind of miss getting punished hard for using the Why does it never look like that in the video when I do it? It looks like that. Unless... Wait. Have I been using it wrong this entire time? Releasing button on the marker is in the red zone. Maximizes force. So I do want to do that. What is the yellow? Whale people can be used in the air? I don't know this. Damage and effect is relative to height from where the ability is executed. The higher, the more potent. That's cool. I didn't know that. Okay. Let me do this then. I have something I could combo that with. It's one right? Yeah. Whichever. I'm using this wrong. When was I using this one? I don't know. I equipped. That explains everything. The action exam set. When did I equip? I think when I built it, auto equipped it. It's so lame. That means I killed 2 bounties with the wrong sword. That explains why they're so easier. Roll save. Clear save. Like 40 minutes ago. I think that's about right. Yeah. Right?
Saying 40, do you? Not bad. If I do
Oh, I guess I accidentally auto-equip. That's why. So it is when I built it. I just spammed X, I guess.
Not bad. If I do say so myself.
Thankfully, I can skip dialogue. Explains why I was able to kill stuff a lot better. Explains actually everything. That's what it feels like to kill stuff. Yeah, about me. I got to kill the bomb, the Minotaur, and the ancient rune thing again. Not too much of a setback, I guess.
Here, Sid.
I think it was over here, right? Yeah, here. That's lame. Okay. That explains why I destroyed the dragon too. That was my abilities, but no, it's the fact I was using sword 3 times better than my current one. I press circle. Thankfully I noticed that within like an hour of gameplay, so it's not too bad, too much of a setback. I'll try doing that thing. The combat. I'll try using upheaval from very high. That sounds so cool. So I'm about to do triangle after warping. It's gonna be R1 triangle and R2 triangle charged in the air. I don't know how long it takes me to kill a bomb now. Now that I'm using the actual proper equipment. Right? Yeah. I really changed my abilities without even noticing. I know sure. Think if I ever. Oh, my arm. I've killed you once already. Now I'm gonna kill you with my weaker sword. Took my guard. With the onion sword. I'll kill the other enemies with the onion sword. That actually explains the damage now. I know he's still not close to dying. Oh. Break my guard. Ow! To kill upon babies eventually. That was close. Ow. That's quite a bit of fire. I'm on the fire. I can't follow up because he's inside the fire. Make him cry. And after remaining till I'll just use Onion Sword. Well, 3 actually. I know where the third boss is.
Your reign is over. This looks like the stuff. Let's see if there's any more. That should do it.
Is that the thing Tomes helped with?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
right there, Sid?
Yes. Here, you can have your item. Well, thanks. And it was here, right? Yeah. I think I saved for making sword too, though. Otherwise, my near save would have been quite a while ago.
Good girl. Faster. That's it.
Time to take the bull by the horns.
Really. I forgot he does double take. Barely. Oh. Messed up the timing completely. Oops, yeah, the next one. don't know what Teku's doing, couldn't see. Oh, damn it. All because I messed up. I shouldn't have tried to parry that. That was honestly guaranteed death. I should have gone for the other parry. Or dodge. Oops, I greedy. Lame. Yeah. Early. Star 1. Still alive? That was the fence would have broken right now. Smash like bug. Jesus.
The locals will sleep easier without him at their gaze.
Oh, arm. One down, another to go. Another two, Val. Let's do one more.
Those of us who are still here.
Can't exactly leave old Martin in another chapter.
I wish I knew how to use Blender. I tried, but it didn't work out so well. Blender or Source Filmmaker. That way I could do like funny shitpost stuff. Like I could, I could be able to take Clive and put him in the Family Guy pose also, and make an email if I wanted to. But Blender's a lot to learn. I'm not fighting you guys. I'm right here. That's cool. He was like right there on the left.
Straight home now.
I block. Let's time the shit out of that. Early. Couldn't decide what I wanted to do there. I pressed R1. Maybe I did not. I wanted to block him for the gauge. Really? Let's see. Wait it out a little more. Easy. I'll give Flame Monster attempt to do. It was right here. I'll give him 2 attempts, including his life. After that, I'll just save it. Or tomorrow? Save it tomorrow. Day, yes. Save it tomorrow.
You deserve a rest.
Early. Oh my god. Can't close the window. Well, that's number 1. Why is there a fire truck outside? Or ambulance, one too. Oh. Oh. really giving me a time to attack. Which I don't appreciate. I pull out tornado zone. I can't see if he's attacking. Early. I'll do one more. One more attempt. Damn it. I was trying to, like, hey, even his paw. He wasn't there, like, yeah. Very unfortunate. I press square. It does so much damage. Earlier. Oh, that breaks his guard. Yeah, it does. Cool. Way too early. Oh, damn it. One more. One more, and I'm done for sure, just because it'd be close to 5. And it should be 5 when I do stream ending and whatever. There's like such a weird arc with that. Like, it doesn't hit me directly, so then I catch the, whatever you call it. Trying to think about play at the same time. Flashback of it. Ow. Ow. I didn't have Titan. Pick up the wrong one on accident. Oh my god. I saw it last second. Whatever. He can have this one for now. I will have my win tomorrow. Onion sword will make him cry. I'll kick his ass some other day. I don't even know what else I could do. I mean, I guess I could change my triangle to the other one again. That'd probably help. Because as good as someone is for breaking guards and stuff, I can't see. I literally can't see through it. I mean, it's probably good for like small enemies, but even then, I don't know. I feel like this is much better. Because then you could also combo into it, which I do kind of miss. That one's good for like healing, I guess. But I prefer damage over healing. Heat would actually be good against them because it does shoot a lot of projectiles. But I don't know if I have iframes during the animation if I do get off projectile. Maybe? I guess I'd experiment tomorrow. Oops. I don't want to close that menu. Do that. Ignition, the sounds are just death. I gotta go back to using Ramu. Ramu is also good for breaking shield. Specifically, Pile Drive and... Thunderstorm's okay, but mainly Pile Drive. I could probably put Pile Drive and Judgment Bolt, maybe? But then I lose either Titan blocking or Garuda stuff. Which I don't want to. Decisions. How strong is Buster Sword? 160. Not bad. I've seen stronger. Did I save it already? I don't know if I did. I'll save it in. What's up, Nairami? How are you doing? I think I did save it, right? 5:22, 19. Yeah, that was 3 minutes ago. Yeah, I did save it. I'll save it over. Just to be safe. You can't have too many saves, am I right? Title. No, not purchase. I already bought DLC. I don't need to buy DLC again. I don't even... When do I access DLC? was gonna look it up, but I shouldn't look it up. For spoiler's sake. It's probably like after beating the game or something. I can turn you off. See an open window. Is warm my room with my PlayStation, or I mean my heater and my other heater on. One of them being my computer. I think you should see, right? Yeah, short sees too. Cool. All right. So YouTube Shorts and regular YouTube can see. That's good. Let me see if there's anybody to raid. I don't think so, right? Yeah, no one's on. So I guess I'm not raiding. Unlucky. Yeah, literally no one's on. Hmm. I wish Shermo streamed again. Then I could raid him. But he doesn't. Oh well, I guess everyone go find something to do. I'll be eating. And fixing some other stream stuff that I said I was gonna fix. Bitrate, yes. Hasn't even streaming. He said he doesn't take a break. How long that break's gonna be, I don't know. It's been like, hold up, I could check this website. Twitch class online. Yes, this website. I think it's been like 2 months or something, maybe. How long has it been? Where's last online? Last online. Last live, 24 days ago. He misses you. He can continue to miss me. And you compare it to Buster, who I think streamed one time. 4 months ago. I don't remember what he streamed. What did he stream? Lethal Company, I think? For a bit, and that's it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyways, yeah, no Dermo streams. Maybe the halfway mark this year. He'll come back. He'll be re-energized. He won't be wearing the same cow hat, maybe. Maybe he'll be wearing his duck hat that he has in his emote that he lost somehow. Who knows? Or maybe he won't be wearing a hat. That'd be kind of cursed, to be honest. Dermo bald? Who knows? Who knows what that guy can do? That man's capable of anything. And it's kind of scary. Anyways. Around Firebird, Nairobi, FaZe, Kino, Laura, KGX. Anyone else in chat, watching, chatting, lurking recently that I may or may not have forgotten on the YouTube end or Twitch end. I will play more tomorrow. And I'll try to wake up early because I kind of want to see the clips tomorrow. And it happens around 10 our time. And I'm not going to really be able to see it because I don't have the glasses. I should have bought them 2 days ago. They would have been here today. But I'm still going to try to see. Maybe I'll go blind. If I go blind, it'll be worth it. It'll be for science. I don't think it'll make me blind, but it'll just hurt. Anyways. See you tomorrow. Maybe early. Is the point. We'll see. And again, no raid, because no one's on. Not even Dermo. Alright. Later on.